One more bot follower and then I'm at 900. Not that it matters. I'm a variety streamer, so nobody drops by when I switch games. Welcome back, Lee Stars. Am I still working on shaders? No. Shaders, well, now and again. Oh. Oh. I said no. But it happens from now and then that I have to go back and actually work on it a bit, but otherwise, no. Now I'm working on implementing actual functionality and stuff. We're still using pretty much the same test map, but I've been working on implementing animations and stuff, specifically spells now. We also have though I'm not sure, I don't think this works. No, it does. Kinda. It kinda works. Except that it doesn't reset. Yeah, this is what we're doing right now. I'm not entirely sure what to do today, but we've got two main things right now. It's one is the spell is supposed to have two parts. It's supposed to be a foreground and a background part. Now the background part is really, really tiny, but it still needs to be there. And the other part is that, as you could see, when he used his attack, he got stuck in the animation because the attack isn't properly programmed. It changed how the system works a bit. But can he die now? I'm not sure if he can die. Die, bitch. Die. Okay, he is dead. Apparently, he doesn't exist as a target, but he doesn't play his death animation, and he doesn't get removed from the turn order. I'm just unsure, like, the best way to approach things in general, because what I was doing before was that I was handling the transition when they're attacking each other centrally in the main script, and that worked fine. And then I could, I could check, like, is the attack over? Are we going to start returning them back to their original positions and stuff? And because I could do that, it was easy to just determine, like, yeah, okay, at this stage, we check if the character is dead, and then we play his death animation. But now, I'm kind of handling it all inside each attack, which feels very prone to breaking. Been working a lot and didn't have much time, but I decided to pick up the 2021 edition of the Rust programming language book last week, and it's been fun. I can build applications, but the book hasn't covered logic so far in lots of reading. I never got 2D animation working in Unity. 2D animation it's extremely simple. I've written this animation system from scratch myself. It's super easy. But yeah, I want to pick up Rust as well. For my other 3D project, but I've been too sick to work on 2 projects at the same time, so it hasn't happened. Like, 2D animations are literally just, like, even just using Unity's mechanism system, it's really easy. You just need to know how to do it. But that's really how everything is, right? Like, programming isn't hard, you just need to know how to do it. Writing a ray tracer isn't hard, you just need to know how to do it. Writing a 2D voxel renderer from scratch isn't hard, you just need to know how to do it. But in reality, it's literally just changing the UV. Because all a sprite is it's pointing to a place on a texture, and that's all you change. You just change where on the texture it's pointing. That's what a frame is. So it's super easy in reality. But oh, can't believe it's Monday. So, where is double stab? Nice to have a book, because somehow I can't learn from videos, and going in blind, just doing stuff doesn't work with complex stuff. I only got the basics of C#, but with this book it explains everything in detail, so it works for me in my brain, just like math. It's fun. I mean, everybody learns slightly differently, right? Like I always tell people to look at videos on YouTube, but I don't think watching like a lecture or somebody just telling you how things work will teach you. Like I always suggest that somebody who wants to get into programming should find an actual project. Like, this is how you make a platforming 2D game in Rust on YouTube, and then follow that. Make sure it's not too long. Like when I started, I tried following some like 47 video long tutorials for like inventory system, which was ridiculous. And it was terrible, and it didn't teach me anything, and it wasn't even finished. Because most of it is just learning, like, you know, where things are in the pantry, kind of. Or more than anything else. So I think Rust is different enough that you definitely do benefit from learning some stuff. Like doing C# is so simple, because there's like nothing to learn to use C#. Like you have an if-else statement. Now you know C#. Congratulations, you're done. More or less. Like C# is basically like there's like no difference between C# or like Python or anything in simplicity. You can't make it easier without making it harder to use. That's what Python and stuff does, or Ruby. You know, it just removes like brackets and stuff, and that's just terrible. Yeah, no, absolutely. Right, writing is like, even if you don't read what you write, it matters immensely for learning and remembering. It's huge. I mean, I never did it in school, but I also dropped out twice. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I also say just following somebody and do what they do. Like, don't just watch. Actually do what they're doing. It's kind of the same as writing down in lectures, in a way. So here it's more like direct and practical, just showing where everything is. Let's see. I don't even know if the attack is open. Is it even called? Nefir SM double stab.cs. There it is. Le triple stab. Okay, so what do we have here? Base initialize. Animation state target equals user.target list. I think triple stab is just as outdated as this ability. Though somehow it works. End behavior. I think in end behavior might be where the issue is. User animation state equals idle. Oh yeah, I don't think... Does he have an idle animation? Let's see. So, like I said, I've written my own animation system, but it's not exactly easy to use. Here we have a bunch of scriptable objects. We've got an idle, we've got a hurt, we've got a death animation. And then here we have an array of sprites. So you go there and then you go and you look for the character, find his idle. And then you drag the sprite in. And then you have an array of durations. And each frame has one duration here. That's for in case there are repeat frames, then I can say that it has like 2 duration. And then we just do it that way. Instead of loading the frame twice as like 2 different images. Though you can do that, like it doesn't matter. Like all I'm doing is saving like a minuscule amount of megabytes. Like so. Lock that, go back to Spearman. Hurt. Lock it. How long should the hurt last? 10 frames? Whoops. 10. That's how you do it. And then we have the death animation. It's also just 1 frame for the moment, I think. No, it actually has a couple of frames that I made. Hurt idle stab. Okay. Is that it? Let's see if we can return to idle now. Let's see if he can die. It might be as simple as he didn't have his animations loaded. Yeah. There, he's dead. Oh, they're like randomly flipping around and stuff when they aren't supposed to. Hmm. Now what? Cyrus Gaze. Manned animation. Yeah. Okay, so we have Cyrus Gaze here, and the animation needs another animation called Cyrus Gaze Back, right? Now, what we're gonna do here is, if we open this up, lock it, we add another inspector, and then we go to back. I went to an internal school, a marine school, so it was like going to the army. Yeah, I kind of just slid through school. Didn't really do anything. So when I went to university, I also didn't do anything. But I was sick the whole time. In reality, I just didn't have the energy to do anything. That's why I dropped out. So this now needs some annoying work. That also needs to be locked. Let's see here. Bell, Cyrus Gaze, back. Now this is where things get a little bit tricky. Because I need to determine, like, where does this start? And what frame should we use? Because this is what the file looks like. This little thing needs to be behind the character. And I think it's gonna be like this. Here we have an empty pixel. The empty pixel is gonna be first, and its frame duration is going to be 12 paths. And then Almost schools have nothing to offer because most teachers don't take it seriously. I'm not a huge fan of school. I would reduce it to like 3 years or something, but maybe 6 would be necessary. Because it's I feel like it's like all the things that you learn in school, you would be better off learning on your own because all of it is useless trash. And if you want to learn it, then, you know, it would be better if you just did it yourself because it would just be less horrible. But people also need to like learn how to learn. Why like first to third grade students are like retarded. Like you like can't learn to do multiplication when you're in first grade. It's like too hard. You're retarded. But I don't know. He still gets prizes and he's one of the most valuable programmers. And my nephew went to school, made something really cool and got a 1 because he didn't follow the precise steps. Yeah, I mean, anything you learn in school is not worth like doing the way they teach you it, pretty much. I think learning programming in school is probably one of the worst things you can do. Because everything that like it's a little bit different nowadays. Back in the day, you didn't have the internet. So you couldn't just go on the internet and, you know, be like, I don't understand this thing. You know, can you explain this to like literally anybody online? And that's like where school actually served a big purpose. But nowadays, you can literally just buy a book, and if there's something you don't understand, you just go on YouTube and you look it up. Paying for school nowadays is just paying for a diploma if you need it. That's all it does. If you live in a country where you have to pay for school. I mean, if you don't have to pay for school, you're still paying for school. It's just that you are choosing not to go there, even though you already paid for it by taxes. I mean, yeah. The thing is, like, most of it is just drivel, but you do like retain some of it. But even so, like, most of it wasn't useful. I didn't even learn math in school. Like, when I was in high school, 10th to 12th grade, I was literally skipping every single math class to just play Magic the Gathering outside the door. Like, just in the corridor outside. And I still got a passing grade, and I'm still doing shader programming. Like, I didn't do math since, like, 5th grade, because I couldn't focus on it. It's still fine, like, it's not that hard. Alright, so how do we do this? What the hell am I even working with here? I guess I didn't. Then we just put an empty pixel here. Empty pixel. One. And then, how long is this? It needs to be like 40. So, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 19. We are getting pretty far, yeah. I was hoping to have this combat build like somewhat functional this summer, but I got really sick for like 2 months, so I'm 2 months behind. We are getting there. It looks terrible still though. Gonna take a lot of polish and stuff. Get it looking the way I want it to. And what am I doing? Yeah, now I have to program in this. Let's see. Where's the spell? There. Effect object back equals new LOT effect object user.target list 0.tile position and animation 1.data. Main controller dot add effect object back. We repeat this. Here I'm adding together all the durations of each frame here to get a length for the animation. This should be back. This is wrong. We should just not do that. The lerp should happen here. I don't know if we need to do anything else. No, we do. This should be done before. Should be done here. The object's position should be set to the target's position here. We also need to set the effect object front dot layer. Where is the layer? It's not set there. That's fine. That's set in the data. We don't have to set that manually there. And all right, let's go to the object, and then we add a boolean here called is enabled, simply. My family wants to move to Sweden, and they expect that I'm coming as well, but I'm not on the hype train like them, because what am I supposed to do there as an outsider? I've never been to a different country, only provinces. I mean, where are you from? It's not like it matters, you know. As an outsider, you know, it doesn't really affect anything, I think, other than knowing the language. Netherlands? Yeah. Ik ook kanker drinken. I mean, honestly, the only thing that you need to think about is, do you want to learn the language? If no, then probably don't move here. And also, our taxes are insane, like absolutely insane. I pay like 60% taxes on my income. I buy money. Literally one of the worst countries to live in if you want to work for money. it might be the worst country in the entire world to live in, to work online especially. What's a g sound? Where's the Dutch video? There's a Dutch video. That's so Dutch. I don't know what he's saying, so I can't
Jongens, dat is net een sterke. En in plaats van dat ze me een biertje geven om te drinken, geven ze me een kankervork. Hoe de kanker moet ik met deze kankervork mijn kankerdrink drinken? Ik heb toch betaald voor kankerrietje? Mijn kankerrietje. Vuile staartbek. Ze geven me geen... Oh, kanker.
Kanker. Kankervork. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't suggest moving here, so... Be wary. Taxes out the ass. Everything is expensive as hell. Last month I made $1,500 and I got $700. And then you have to pay rent. Like, my rent is half. It's a small one-room apartment. And it's half of that for certain reasons. And that's like $130 or something, $140. So now I have $500. But if that had been like a two-room apartment or any apartment in any city, that would have been like $400, $500 at least. Now I have $100 to $200 after taxes and just rent. So I would not recommend going here unless you plan for a stable job. But as a programmer, it's pretty easy to get a stable job. There are tons of programming companies. And if you're just like slightly competent, you'll be like at the top 10% of programmers, so. I have no idea. Like getting your crew together for a heist meme. Okay. Anker. Anker poop. Yeah, I mean, every European country or every European language is like extremely varied internally. Even Swedish, or especially Swedish. There are tons of dialects, literally different languages inside the country, but they're kind of fading fast. The internet and old people dying. Yeah, I know. I know it means cancer. I know some other Dutch people, and they can't get a meme. Also, ik ook, as it sounds like they're monkeys. I think Germany could be a fun country to live. I don't think it matters that much which country you live in. You know, because it matters more where, like, literally, not even which city, like which location in the city you live in. It's so, you know, local everything. It depends on what you want to do as well. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't want to go out and do things. So, for me, I don't care that I live in, like, the middle of nowhere. It just makes things cheaper. Living is cheaper. Germany, I don't know about the Netherlands, but, like, in our national song, we talk about our German blood. Alright. But let's see here. Now we have that. Now what I want to do is, I want to go to the effect object, and what I want to do is I want to go to render, and I want to say if is enabled is false, then we'll simply not render. Let's just see what we've done now. Well, we don't seem to have two objects here. We only have one. That we can see, at least. So why is that? Spearman. Element 2, Cyrus Gaze front. Element 3, Cyrus Gaze front. Okay, so we have two fronts. Taught me a lot about the VOC and all the battles we won using the holders back in the day before all the big names got killed from the inside for cash, and now we're just a tool for Germany and England during World War I and II. I don't know anything when it comes to history. Unless it's Chinese history, then I know it. And they finally took to the Netherlands. All the big names were already out of the country and they didn't prepare the army. It was just for show. Then the trade was closed, so Jonki's food? What the fuck does that mean? No more food. Oh, okay. Monkeys, dude. Oh, it means young kids. Yonky. Dude, I love Dutch. It's so stupid. Ah. Like, Danish to me is like, it's like Sweden. It's like Swedish for retarded people. Like it's so dumb. Every single word in Danish is so weird. And Dutch is the same, but for German. So it's like, it's just like listening to a retarded German dude speaking. Like, what's going on here? That's exactly how I feel about it. It's great. Um, let's see here. German also has some weird flat dialects. I don't know what flat dialects mean. But yeah, like I said, all European countries have some kind of peasant language, or like literally people from another country. You know, that was the land was taken at some point. So they literally have an enclave of people who speak another language, or like a mix. Or, like I said, peasant languages, which is just what it is. That's a Dutch music group using Dutch humor while speaking German with a Dutch accent. Most Germans thought they were really German. Okay. I mean, most of the languages are pretty similar. Spaces is like nonsense if you don't speak the dialect. I mean, partially, yeah. Where I'm from, we drop a lot of vowels and stuff at the end of languages. But there's also literally like an entirely different language here. They just made up names for everything. Okay, so I think there's an issue here. Yeah. This is it. Oh yeah, this Frisian stuff. I think I remember. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you live close to Flavorland. How can you move away from Flavorland? So it's literally Flavorland? That's funny. Oh. Phone scammers woke me up this morning. Oh, why'd they have to call? Oh. I need to block all calls from outside the country. I always thought the Netherlands looked like a baby in the mother's womb with the navel string as the islands. It's funny because the human and child traffic also goes through us and all the trucks. Yeah, that's funny. Alright, let's try again. Oh. Laser beam. Shoot it! Something crashed. Huh? I must have broken something in here. Oh yeah. If OS Sprite. Well, we should just not set this there, I think. All the drug labs are run by Mexicans. You get here illegal via sea containers, and so when a lab gets found and everyone's put in prison, they can easily replace them. It's weird. Well, you've got your own problems, it seems. We do have drug problems, but it's pretty minor. It's rather recently it's gotten worse. Here, if OS sprite does not equal null, then we can write from the sprite. If it doesn't have a sprite, it doesn't need to be dispatched. Don't do drugs and hang out with gangs. I'll do my best. I mean, yeah, they get used to like goons. Tall guys. Let's see if it crashes now. No crash. But we also only have one right here. I've seen guys hanging out with children of gang members. They got guns, and when they put... Maybe you should move to Sweden. Netherlands sounds like a fucking piece of shit. maybe you just live in like the worst neighborhood imaginable. Just like everyone's around you is just like a gang member. Maybe that's why they're trying to move. Well, let's see here. Ria. Cyrus Case front. So why is it playing the front twice? That's so weird. Oh, I must be assigning that incorrectly somehow. Yeah, there. That was the whole issue the whole time. Now let's see. Is it desynced? What's going on? It still isn't there. What now? Cyrus Case front. Cyrus Case back. Oh, I see. I'm not iterating the time. Here we have effect, object front, play animation. I'm not doing that for the back. Public void sync animation. Then we need a float time, I guess. So then we say do this. And then animation current time should instead be time. Oh yeah, I've seen the farmer stuff for sure. Yeah, they're trying to phase out meat entirely, pretty much, which is retarded. Everybody will literally die if that happens. I'm on a full. I only eat meat right now, like a full carnivore diet, as it's called, for health reasons. And it's the only thing that has done anything for me, like all the medications and stuff I've tried has just made me worse. literally only eating meat is the only thing that has made any improvements in my health at all. They're trying to shut down meat production, pretty much. Because environment, which is retarded because non-meat agriculture is the most damaging to the environment. But that's where the money is. Right, so now we got that. Let's see here. Then here we do effect object back dot sync animation to effect object front dot current time. The whole cow's fart thing, it's not entirely accurate, because the footprint thing for a cow is like about everything around, you know, raising and feeding them and all of that, but it's still propaganda. It was literally made up by the oil industry as like a way to shift the focus away from them, because they made up this carbon footprint thing for the for agriculture, and they're like, look at how bad that is. Don't worry about us. It's also paid for by Coca-Cola. Like all of these companies, they want you to eat sugar, basically, because it's easier to make, more profitable. Like meat is literally a competitor to these people. And politicians are all bought by them, so that's why they're getting shafted. That's why meat is like $40 per kilo or whatever. Let's try now. Right? Now it worked, but it's wrong. Salt isn't that bad, but sugar is absolutely. You don't want to eat too much of anything though, including salt. Sugar-free means no sugars added. That's what sugar-free means in reality. All carbohydrates are sugar. Eating any vegetable is eating sugar. Doesn't matter what you eat. Carbohydrates are literally made out of sugar. If you eat broccoli, you're literally eating sugar. Fat is good. You should not be worried about fat. Fat is actually good for you. Plant fats are bad though. Do you know why they're bad? They're bad because of sugar. Partially. When unsaturated fats, meaning seed oils and stuff, when they interact with sugar, they oxidize, making the particles shrink. That's when you get a bad LDL, whatever it's called, molecules in your bloodstream that start shrinking, and then they go through your the cell walls, and they get stuck in your arteries. So it's because they interact with sugar that you get clots, or you get blockages in your arteries. But also, when you buy seed oils, like unsaturated fats aren't bad in and of themselves. Like omega-3 is an unsaturated fat, so they're actually good, but when they interact with sugar, they become deadly in the long run. And plant oils, like seed oils and stuff like that, in processing, it has been processed so much that it's all oxidized already. So just by eating it, you don't even need it to interact with sugar. It's already causing you to have heart attacks, straight up, just without doing anything else. But even so, like eating fish, for example. Fish is so healthy, it's got a lot of omega-3s. If you eat fish and eat a lot of sugar, you'll also get a heart attack, because the sugar is glycating the unsaturated fats, and then it's getting oxidized, shrinks, gets stuck. Yeah, plant products are easy to mass produce. Like, that's it. It's so much cheaper. They're cheaper, they're addictive, and you need to eat more of it. If you eat vegetables, you need to eat twice as much food. Literally twice as much food. Because the vegetables are actually blocking you from taking up nutrients and stuff properly. Compared to just eating meat and butter. If you eat meat and butter, you need to eat once a day, and that's still too much. And you still eat the same amount of meat as you would eat if you're also eating vegetables and stuff. And you're still getting all the same nutrients and everything you need without a single vegetable. It's pretty funny. I've been eating only meat for a year now and I have no deficiencies. The only thing that's changed is that my tolerance for like coffee is a bit better now, and I can eat eggs now. I couldn't eat eggs before. So my something is getting better, but I'm still sick all the time. Yeah, insects are also mass producing. Like you just put them in a thing and then you just like grind them. You actually don't need to eat more food when training. Not really. If you just eat normally, you get like 200% more protein than you need to build muscle. Like everything is a meme. Nothing is real. Everything is fucking weird. You do gain more body mass by adding like carbohydrates and stuff when you're working out. But that's because you get like more fat and water weight absorbed into your tissue when you do that. In the UFC, you don't lift huge boulders. Yeah. Stressing bones, they harden. That's true. Well, I don't think it's this. I don't think your bones get necessarily harder in that sense. Like being stronger and more durable, it doesn't necessarily mean that that they're harder, like denser in that sense. But maybe, I don't know. I think it's more, you know, you get thicker bones to some degree as well. Is it acting weird? I don't know if this analogy really makes sense for bones and exercising. Why doesn't this work? Hmm. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. A dwarf prototype game? That must have been like 100 million years ago. I don't think I got anywhere with that. What I've done after that, I've pretty much just been focusing on working on this, but this is the only other project I've started. I think I know which one you mean, but I do still want to use stuff from that. But it didn't get very far anyway. This is what I've got here. This is a 3D ray tracing engine. It still doesn't render properly. Because I had to do really difficult trigonometry to make these voxels be, you know, you can see from the side and stuff. But this is basically Minecraft, but the rendering is ray traced or ray marched. I do want to work more on this, but it's so hard. Oak tree world size. Is this... What if we set this one to... Not sure. I think you can set this to like... Let's try 100. No, it's supposed to be like down here. Brick grid size 32. Is that it? World size in voxels. No, that's not it. I don't know how, I don't remember how this shit works. Is Unity not bad for voxels? No. Unity is bad for things in general, in the sense that you don't want to make it yourself. The only reason any engine is good or bad for anything is if you want to just plug it in and then you just use whatever they've made for you. View distance map height. World size. That's how you do it. View, where's view distance? 1. Let's set that to 10. There. So you can see here is basically a world in a sense. Of voxels. You see it's running at 280 frames per second. And right now we have I don't know how many voxels, like an insane amount of voxels here. Yeah, the rendering isn't perfect. There's no proper collision or anything. The top of the voxels don't work. I haven't finished the map there. Like this, you can see them better. This is drawing the UV of the cubes. Whoop, we went outside of the world. But what I wanted was, I wanted to make a voxel renderer where I could have I could have terrain that would be flat. Or rather, it would be... You can see here, like you see this ground here, this is actually just one layer of voxels, but they actually have height, individual height that gets smoothed out. So I want to have a voxel engine that can render terrain like that using voxels based on their neighbors. That's what I'm working on here. And you see it does look right, basically. You look at this here, but nowhere near done. And won't be for a while, especially since I have to figure out what I was doing if I get back to it. Would be fun to make like an MMO with production, farming, and transportation for like a player-driven world. Oh, now you're asking for trouble. I think delving into MMOs or anything like that is one of the hardest things you could make. Not from a programming point of view, but from a design point of view. It is so hard to figure out how to make a game like that has meaning. I want to make an MMO more than anything, but I can't. Like, I played every single MMO, almost, and I still can't think of a way to make a good MMO because it's so difficult. Like, I think every single MMO nowadays, or that has been ever made, are like inherently flawed. And I would like to make something completely different, but it's so hard to figure out how to like make systems that feel like they matter. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was just taking a pee. Yeah, networking is a mess. That's also, it's not just programming networking, but supporting it with servers and all of that shit. How are you gonna pay for that? Alright, back to testing this. Okay. So it needs to be something like big circle 0, 1. This is there for 2 frames. Two frames. Three frames, actually. And then we need to duplicate this. Put it there. Internet hiccup. That seems to work. Block spam? Hidden private unknown number? No. I want to block calls from outside of the fucking country. I really do not give a fuck. Oh, you can't do that. Okay. Block unknown hidden numbers. No, that'll block. Hospital. Says. 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 0, 3. Again. 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 3. No. 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 3. Is there a bigger one? Yeah, okay. Looking at this is broken. Somehow. It looks like this. Super strange. Well, whatever. Um... 4, 3, 2, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 3, 4, 3, 0, 1. 5, 6, 7. That could be kind of right. Hello, Artie. How's it going? And then we need to fix these durations. Let's reset these. Set this to 1, set this to 16, whatever. 12. Okay. Well, this is very complicated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, how many ones? Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, Jano. And then we remove these. Delete, 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 delete. This should not be 19, this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7 or something. We'll see. Let's just try playing it now and see what happens. See how desynced it is. It is desynced, but not that badly. Wonder if it's just the first one that should have like 11 instead of 12. I'm creating bells that have more than one effect. Or more than one effect object. No, it's, you see, it like shrinks and disappears well ahead of that animation. It's weird. So here it starts at 0. 1. We have to count this as 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then at 13, it should switch over to this. Then it should be right. Unless the other attack is also not correctly synced. Or has the like correct values, because it might not. I think it's synced. I think that was correct. Let's take a look at the other one. It would be Frame duration 2. 1, 2, and then it should start. I think it's right now. Let's double check that it's actually being rendered in the background. And it is not. So it's not rendering correctly. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. It's because we need 2 of these. This one should be called runt effect data, and this one should be called back effect data. Quick way we can remove that. I'm back and also on PC. Welcome back. Sorting layer object effect, background effect. This is back. Yeah. Hello, Michael. How's it going? Delete that. Meh? Yeah, I'm even worse than that. And then we go to there's gaze. Do they allow multi-stream again? They don't care. It's it's literally just a meme thing. They'll only do it for like really big streamers. What am I doing? We are working on implementing some abilities, and I'm working on I'm working on making my animation system, or rather my spells, be capable of generating abilities with multiple parts. So right now I have a spell that has a part that is in front of the character and a part that is behind the character. Where's the character? There. So the character should be there. And you see this little line back here should just be behind the character, while the rest is in front of the character. So I have to split out this part of the animation to be its own object in the game, right? So that it can be rendered behind the character. That's what we're doing. Um, I forgot what I was thinking or what I was doing other than that. Um, it should be fine now. No, it's still broken. Let's take a little look here then. So here's my spearman. The spearman is this is his index in the sorting order. The front set that value. While the back is at this value, which is the same as the front value. And that's because I haven't set this to use the correct data there. Now it works. See, now you've got this little line here behind the soldier. But the question is, does this look the way we want it to? Let's see. Do this then. Instead of having this background, we're gonna have this background. Retarded, but hey, it works. So now we can look at it like that. But if we compare these two, you can see that it doesn't look quite the same. Because here, the inside is darkened as well. I could fix. Yeah, no, it does do that already. You see when it starts spawning, the camera gets darker, and then here, during this flash, it's darkened even more, and then it chills out. And then here, when it fizzles out, it flashes, and the camera gets darkened again. It does do that in-game too. If you look now when I unpause, but it's hard. It's really hard to get the correct feeling because the I don't have as precise control as I do here. I could, in fact. I could create an entire array to control the exact values of the background color, and that would give the best result. It's also the most tedious way of doing it. Because what I'm doing right now is I'm just lerping it. So at certain frame intervals, or at certain frame points rather, I tell the engine to lerp the background dim from the current point to another point over a certain duration. But it's the difficult part is that a lerp isn't as simple as just doing a lerp, right? Because a lerp is you move from one value to another over a set amount of duration, right? So it just changes like a 2 to a 7 over 2 seconds. But there's also something called easing. So you can go from 2 to 7 over 2 seconds, but you can do it using a linear transition, or you can ease it in, or you can ease it out, or you can ease in and out, right? So you have to take that into account as well. Hello, Dvares, how's it going? We are working on just implementing some animations and stuff, getting things to look right. We are using our spells and stuff. I should disable the music for now. Also, it's weird, it shouldn't dim. Why is it dimming? Phase initialize, what does that do? That doesn't do any dimming. We don't do any dimming here. We only do an init lurk dim here. Frame to trigger 0. Let's say 2. No. Let's just do this. If it's enabled, if the object is enabled, then yeah, do that. However, let's do it at the end, after we have enabled it and iterated it and stuff. Well, not. Maybe we do it there. Let's see now. Because the background shouldn't become dark until she like raises her hand in the casting animation. Something more like that, yeah. I notice she doesn't have a shadow when she's doing that. I wonder why. I think that's mostly good enough for now. What should we do next? There are a lot of things that need done. Let's make an icon. What should that icon look like? It doesn't matter that much. Let's just do something. See what we can pit. Can we make an octagon? If I want it to be an octagon, it needs to be an odd size. That. I don't know if this makes sense. This is what we're gonna try. Can we fit a circle in here? Is this the best circle we can have here? I think so. This is the circle. Not really sure what I'm doing here. I'm just trying stuff out. What I'm trying to make is a heat meter, because we have a mechanic called heat. This is meant to be like a sun something. Now, I think if I put a number on top of this, that it won't make any sense. Let's see. Where do I have the numbers? No, it doesn't make any sense. But we can just do something like this for now. However, it is not lined up. Which is a little triggering, but we'll see. It could be possible to simply just make I mean, this is just a temporary test icon anyway, but there there is something that you have to consider, and that's the standard for the sizes. And in pixel art, it matters a lot because you have to choose whether your standard is an odd or an even number for certain things. Like, if you want to be able to line up UI elements properly with the pixel grid, then you have to kind of align it to either an even or an odd pixel. Lower is always better than higher, I think. Centered is the best. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Right now I'm just working a little bit on an icon here. see. We can probably do something like that. I think I would want something darker here. That. Up there. Maybe. We are working on a turn-based tactics RPG. Now, let's not settle for this. Let's make some more frames. So, this is 0. Yeah, we are developing a game. It's called Legends of Terrestria. We do have a little bit of stuff that works here. The 2D game, but in reality I'm using a 3D voxel engine. We can go into some combat mode here and we can attack this guy. He can attack us. We can attack him with another attack there. All of this is just placeholder animations pretty much. Use the spell. But also something that isn't directly apparent is that I do actually have a lot of ray tracing in this engine. For example, maybe if we go into here, that was combat mode. This is just outside of combat mode. So then, if we place some objects here, and then place a torch, it's a little bit glitched right now. If we do that, and we move this torch outside of there and then back, and everything updates. As you can see, maybe you can see, this character here has a shadow there. If I move in with this torch, then the shadow kind of starts disappearing. You can see there's some light cast or some vision going on here, but we go in here. We go and we look for time of day. We can then change the time of day to night. And then we can see that my torches are in fact casting shadows based on the sprites that it's intersecting with. And it can move up in Z as well. And we can cast shadows down on the ground like that. And if you look at the building at the back there, we're casting shadows on the walls. They also cast shadows on each other, but it's a little bit bugged right now. I don't know what I've done. I kind of fucked it up. We can also go into buildings. This. See, the light is gonna cast into the building. That. If we go back and change the time again. See that everything changes color and all the shadows move along the sun is. See, it casts shadows inside of the building there. Oh, yin yang. We also have clouds, but they're very rudimentary. Are the clouds? Anyway, is there a reason he moves past you to the left before attacking? Yes. So, if we enter combat mode here, what we decided is that we want to have more complex attacks and animations. We want to have a lot of it. So, because of that, what we've decided is that we are going to try using more like a Fire Emblem approach to animations, where there's always like a side view of the animation. So even if he's standing above me and I use triple stab here, then we'll reposition the characters like that, and they'll attack from the side and then it moves back, right? What's undecided is whether we're gonna have, you know, some kind of a background that appears. I'm not too big of a fan of that. It would look nicer, but it also would be way more distracting, and if you want to just have a quick sequence, having something appear and disappear, it's just gonna be annoying, I think. So right now, the way it's working is that the attacker is on the left and the defender is on the right. And that's just how it functions right now. Spells don't trigger that, unless it's a spell that needs to trigger that. But like this spell just casts right there where the character is standing. Well, this does that. So that's the state of it right now. Now I am doing something, right, where I'm making another icon here for our next mechanic, which is heat, which is something that you're going to generate when you cast spells, mainly. Yeah, we're not doing normal mapping. I want to do normal mapping, but I'm not good enough at it. I don't know how to do it, and it takes too much time. So we're not going to do it, at least not for this game. Like, I really, really want to learn how to do normal mapping, but the way I want to do normal mapping is to render the art using it. There are no programs that let you kind of draw that way. So it's kind of hard to do. But I would like to... That's like a dream thing that I want to do. I want to be able to just... I make my sprites, and then I just remove all the colors, and I draw the shapes using normals. And then that's how the sprite is actually like rendered, using just the normals and then flat colors, instead of having a sprite that is already, you know, drawn and then you kind of light it with the normals, you know. So we've chosen to not use normals. And I don't think normals are necessary either. And the same, like there are a lot of things you have to take into account. Like, for example, if I see my internet is wigging out today, showing me red. I don't know if... But my internet works. Dropping frames. And we're back, I think. I have tried voxel programs, and they fucking suck ass. I have never tried Substance, though. But, yeah. It's difficult. That's why I don't really want to get into it. We have enough to do, as it is. Oh. Anyway. Now we want to make this look different. I want to make it move more to red. I don't really like this approach, but let's try this for now. No. I was thinking of doing something like this. I think we went too hard, too fast. Hmm. I don't even know what theme we want for this really, so I'm not sure how many stages we've got. We could do something like this. Hello, Cookie. I am making some kind of icon here. Some kind of point or charge system or whatever. I don't know, 0, I think it's 3 levels. I'm not sure. Let's just settle for this, whatever. I don't care. Could absolutely be animated though. There. Yin Yang did not think my explanation was sufficient. Bottom left sorting. And then let's see, combat menu is down there. Got an AP gauge. What's Heat gonna do exactly gameplay-wise? I am not sure if I know exactly what we have planned right now, but a lot of it is just like preliminary design ideas, but some ideas include when a character casts spells, they generate heat, and then we've thought about, like, it depends like what Kyle wants to do with the lore and what the lore allows, of course, but it's about spell casting, like generating this resource, and if you go too high, you'll start to harm yourself. But the way I've been leaning into it is like at certain heat levels, or certain spells might require certain heat levels to be cast in the first place, and heat levels might affect the potency of whatever you're doing. But we'd also been messing around with like spells or effects, you know, causing like increased heat levels and stuff on other people, just so that they less limitation, more of a magic overload. I mean both, right? So in a sense, it's like it is kind of like a cooldown. Like you might be able to use your spell 3 times, and then if you keep using it, you'll just explode. But we'll see. It's something along those lines. We haven't exactly decided, like hardline how it's gonna work, but I'm not too worried about that. I think we have a pretty good approach for it anyway. So we now have an AP gauge here, right? The AP gauge should just be inside the combat menu. I don't really see any reason for it to not be a link to the combat menu. Either way, let's duplicate the AP gauge. And then we move it over to the other side. We change the AP gauge to the heat icon. There. Now we've got the AP gauge and the heat icon. They're not the same size at all. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. Let's not do that. There we go. Well, they are roughly the same size. And we call this heat gauge. Heat gauge text. And then we go to our object, public int heat level. HP? No, it's representing action points. Basically how far you can move, what you can do in combat. Oops, forgot to hide it again. I guess I can show off the what we have right now again. So this is just a test level. It looks like garbage, but basically what we've got is a 3D voxel world, but it's rendered using ray marching. Here we can play some units. You can see she's got 10 AP. If she moves over here, now she's used up 7 of her AP, and then attacks might have a certain cost for the AP. Right now attacks don't cost anything, because I just haven't implemented it, but... And now, this is also probably not gonna work like this, but up here now you can see it's his turn, and then it's the attack we just used, and that's because it applies a bleed. So if he hits end turn now... Well, if he hits end turn now, it becomes the bleed's turn, and then he takes damage. And if you hover over end turn, you can see where you'll end up in the turn order. So now it's his turn again, and if he presses end turn, then it's gonna become her turn. And now that he's bleeding, if I use this ability, Overhead Slash, it has a special condition that makes it do double damage. Well, not double damage, but it does more damage if the target is bleeding. And then we have the spell. Will individual status conditions have their own turn in the turn order? Currently that's my idea, but I'm not sure how I'll end up handling it. If that's what we do, we might not, because the issue with it is if you keep applying status effects, you'll just end up with like 10 bleeds here in the turn order, right? And it might not, you know, feel good in practice, right? So that's gonna take some testing, and we'll see. But I also have had another idea to like split it into 2, so that you can have like another smaller little turn order thingy at the bottom or below the main one that shows status effects, but we'll see how we handle it. The idea is that the effects can trigger at their own interval, not based on units, because if you have like a bleed, for example, that makes you take 10 damage every turn, that means that a faster unit just takes more damage. Which like it's like a small thing. It doesn't really matter that much. But but that's the idea right now. But it also depends, right? Like it might be fine that we have the bleeds in the turn order, depending on how long they last and how much you can actually put up there in the first place. Like it might not even be that common to apply like bleeds every turn. So it all depends on the details, right? Either way, can show this again. There seems to be a couple of people here, but this is a torch. Basically, well, first of all, you can take a character and you can walk inside buildings. You see, this is why it's a 3D world, so you can walk behind things. Some glitches here. You can walk in here, walk inside this building. And if we go over here, we change this. Enable the clouds. And now we got some clouds drifting by here. A little bit bugged here, it seems. They mostly work. And we can change the time of day. Changes the position of the sun, basically. Now the shadows change. You see the character's shadows also change. Now it's night, so we can take the torch here and cast shadows based on where the torch is. Move a unit up here. And cast shadows up on the wall there, or are we supposed to? Why does this guy not exist? Oh, wait. Oh, I see. I think I see. Let's go up here. There. Now you see his shadow falls on the wall over there. The torch might not be that strong. Kind of bugged as well. It's not casting itself up towards characters for some reason. I don't know why. That's what I've been doing when it comes to like rendering programming. It doesn't. It's just that it looks the same when I move it up in height as when I move it up in longitude or whatever. Then here we're gonna set heat level equals 0, heat level temp multiplier equals 0. then Cyrus gaze here as it initializes. I don't want it to actually increase the heat until we get here. Where is it? Here. Heat requirement. So let's see. Heat level plus equals heat cost, right? And then we're gonna say init combat menu. Where else is that happening? Here. Progress turn. Set AP display. This is where it needs to be done. And set heat display. Public void set heat display full preview. It's gonna work exactly the same. Pretty much. Temp heat. Temp heat. Heat. Well, it's not gonna work exactly the same. Dot heat level. And then here, all we need to do is we need a switch, and the switch is gonna check temp heat current. Well, This needs to be get current heat true. And it's gonna say temp heat switch case 0 break alt break. 1, 2, 3. Then we're gonna type get current heat, include temp heat. Heat plus heat temp modifier. I don't really think I need to do that, but whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Don't worry about it. Whatever. Why do you have Garfield hating Mondays on Thursday? Because I just hate Mondays that much. It is what it is. This is actually all irrelevant. It doesn't need to do that. It doesn't need to do this. All we need to do is get our temp heat. And then we need... Let's make a small array up here. Public sprite array. Heat sprites. Heat level sprites. And then here we're gonna say no. Heat level sprites. Say we have references. Reference UI reference container. Public LOT game window heat gauge. Oh! I'm getting into the Bevy engine at the moment with crates and stuff.
And it's been fun to watch the stream on the side blood trail.
Hey dude, good luck. I don't know what the Bevy engine is actually. All engine in game logic uses Bevy ECS, a custom entity component system. Rust game engine. Yeah, man, it seems like a good start. I didn't even know there was a game engine for Rust like that. But engines only do so much. The whole reason I used Unity, to be honest, is as like a base for everything else. Because it handles all the really annoying stuff, like getting inputs and stuff. And really basic behind the scenes stuff. And then you can just like throw away all of Unity's trash components, because I hate all of them, more or less. And then you can just make your own stuff in there. Crate system's pretty cool. You fill in the crate you want with the version you want, and then build the cargo, and it installs everything. But like with like features that you want. Like a Linux distro or something, kind of. Render real-time 2D graphics. Amazing. Open source, the most crates are by the community. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. If something is fucked with Unity, you're like, okay, guess I'll wait for a bug fix. But generally, it's not that bad. I'll be right back. You. I never used Linux either. No, I almost bricked my computer once with Linux, so not true. Fucked up the boot manager. Almost didn't manage to get my computer running again. hectic day. I haven't taken a break yet. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. I usually take a break after 2 hours or less. I wonder if you can have... Like, can I have UI text on this object? No. You can only have one graphic component. Okay. That's sad. Alright, fine, whatever. Public VM Pro. Well, yeah, no, VM Pro dot text mesh pro u GUI AP gauge text. And we do the same thing for the heat gauge. Set AP display. AP text. Yeah, we've got it like that. I haven't updated it to use that stuff at all, so... Should be like that. And then we're gonna say set heat display. Then we're gonna say UI reference container dot heat gauge dot get component image sprite equals heat level sprites 0. One, two, three. do something like this. If temp heat is greater than 0 and temp heat is less than heat level sprites of length, then we can use this switch. Right? And then let's just do that. It's just not gonna actually not work. And this is gonna say UI reference container dot heat gauge text dot text equals temp heat to string. And we go to system controller. Hold on, this counts as a... Yeah. Let's make this a game window, I think. Or should it be an element? I don't know if game window works that well. That's just a base game window. It might, though. Or I might just make a script. LOT game window. Now how does this work? It's just a little bit difficult to decide what to do with this. I could just have them as displays, but I'm just thinking ahead a little bit. And I think I want it to count as a window, kinda, because I would want to have a pop-up. You hover over it, show a tooltip to see what the hell it means. Init combat menu. UI reference container dot heat gauge dot set dot game object dot set active true. Yes. One last thing. Heat level sprites. Heat icon 0. 1. Heat icon 2. Heat icon 3. Is that it? Is that everything? Not sure. Let's see. EP gauge. EP gauge. Heat gauge. Heat gauge. Alright. What about now? From 0 to 4. I'm not sure how many stages we have. I didn't feel like pulling up the text, but it's around that ballpark, like 0 to 4 or 0 to 5. I don't really remember exactly. Command execution phase equals 1. Where is the window closed? Because it doesn't seem to happen here. So what about here? The command selection menu. That's not that one. That's okay. Combat menu. Why is it being hidden though? Like it's running hide combat menu here, isn't it? Is this what is run? Debug log hide combat menu. It runs hide combat menu. But here, never runs it. And it's simply that we need to put it here. Main controller dot hide combat menu. It's just that the menu is already hidden, because when I enter when I enter targeting mode, it's showing that, or it's like temporarily hiding it. So what we need to do is we need to find where we are setting target class mode dot target selection. This is it. Yeah, here. I'm doing it there. Let's try doing that instead. A lot of windows full of languages for just one program. Programming has got to be harder than law. Programming is super easy, dude. Like saying Lego is harder than law because you've got a big Lego box. It's not that complicated. Unless you want to make it complicated, but you don't need to do that. Yeah, like most of it is just the same things over and over again. Like I have a bunch of different windows, and they all just use the same basic Windows script. I just change like which buttons they use. And like it's not that hard. Really simple. It's tedious though, absolutely. Just gotta learn how to think. Yeah. It doesn't help that my brain is literally destroyed and dead. It doesn't work. Sigh. Hide combat window. Yeah, we need to... I've not taken a break. Been people in here all the time, so I just kind of skipped it. I wish I was healthy. Combat menu init window. This isn't quite correct, but... Here I have a function called init window, and what it does is it takes... It checks like all the buttons that are supposed to be there, and then it adds everything to the windows and stuff, but then it also enables it, and it shouldn't really do that. But I think I'm doing that when I click the button to open the command menu. I think it does all of that, but it should do that when it becomes the unit's turn, and then the window should just be hidden until you press the button. Either way, heat gauge init window. In reality, set heat display. Isn't this where it should be set? Well, let's see how fucked up this is now. Loads that. Now clicking the command button. This did nothing. It still says that she has 0 heat. Now, does she have 0 heat? Let's look at the units. Ria. Doesn't say. Doesn't work either. Hmm. User heat 0, heat cost 0. Okay. Heat cost 1. There. Now it changes. gotta fix that menu. Now, I have not limited the value, so it's gonna go up to forever. This guy, however, he doesn't update the value here or the icon here. No, he does. Never mind. No, he doesn't. Why does she update it, but not him? It clearly says 0 there, and it says 3 there. But the sprite isn't... It's an error. I want to be able that we can set the sprite to be an empty pixel if we don't have a sprite. So if the sprite is null, then we'll be sad. I think I made the final sprite have like 1 frame too long a duration, so it tries to go further than it can. It still does it. No, okay, it's because I didn't assign the empty pixel. That misc. Empty pixel. Empty pixel. It just works, dudes. Ah. No, that shouldn't matter. That was wrong. And selection menu, and selection. Ah, this is why. Temp heat is greater than 0. This needs to be greater than 0 or equal to 0. I was just trying to guard the array access from being like a -1 or something. Now it looks right. Now hers is higher. Even higher. Maximum. Now, does it crash? No, but it does go back to 4 or go back to 0. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to object script and we're gonna say instead of heat level, we're gonna have underscore heat level. It's gonna be that, and then we're gonna have public int heat level get return heat level set underscore heat level equals value if heat level is less than 0. Let's do this. I prefer doing it like this. If value is less than 0, then 0. Else, if value is greater than 3, then 3, else value. Now, I'm not sure what the value is, because I'm writing plus equals 1, but I think that is shorthand for getting, like, I know it's shorthand for getting heat level plus 1, right? But I don't know the value will actually work correctly with that, because I've never done that before. So let's just test it and see what happens. But it should work. We just have to use this spell 400 times. Three. Still says 3. B? Yeah. So that works now. We've got the heat gauge. Then what we can do is we can do something like this. We can go to virus gaze. And we can say, because we got hit information here. We got strength, hit, shake, trigger, damage type, strength. For now, we can do this just for testing. We just go down to where the damage is in trigger. And then here it says strength, 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 strength. And then we'll just add plus what? 5 times user dot heat level. No, that doesn't work. We have to do this. Let's see. Back to the spell. We need an int heat molt. And then as we initialize, we have to say heat molt equals user.heat level. And the reason for that is because I initialize, or I update the heat level when it gets cast. So I would either have to do that later on, or we just do this. And damage. $15, $15, $15, $15. $20, $20, $20, $20, $20. $25, $25, $25, $25. So now that works. Now I don't know if we wanted Heat to do something else. Like what if he on the final Heat level, like what if she casts the spell again? What happens? Does it not is it simply just grayed out? She can't do it? Or does it do more damage? Does it have like bonus effect on the maximum rank? If she takes damage, what damage does she take for casting on max heat? You know, I'm not sure what we decided or what ideas Kyle have there, but I'll leave that as it is there for now. What we'll do, however, is we'll go back to combat action and we'll say public int heat limit I do have another animation that I made that we can put in. This one. That's just again really shitty placeholder animation. The idea is that she it's called Empower Blade right now. Powers up her sword. And then the other ability might do something extra when that is up, so we'll see. We could implement that today. If, and only if, I take a break. So, I think I'm gonna go for a walk around the block. And I'll be back in 15 to 30 minutes. So I'll see you in a little bit. Now, the next issue here is how do we create buffs? Buffs, buffs, buffs. So what we need is we need to go to scripts, combat, abilities, base, status effects. Technically, a buff is a status effect. But not necessarily. Yes, it is. So how do we want to do that? Status effect type. Let's see here. We have how should I do this? Flags. Public enum. Bitch. Why? I'm not sure what else you could be bleeding, burning. And it all depends, what, right? It's fine if we just have those two for now. And then here I was thinking... Damn it. Instead of the status effect type being bleeding, it's going to be damage over time. I'm not sure if it's worth it. The problem is a buff and a debuff can do whatever, right? It can it can make you attack, you know, you can hit harder, you can get more AP, you can move faster. You can do all of those things simultaneously in one buff. And that's the thing. So I'm thinking of doing it this way, that we have, what did I call it? Buff debuff. It's another word for that. We have status effect, but I want it to be specific. Stat modifier or something like that. This is something I always struggle with a little bit. Because like here now, if we have a status effect and we want the status effect to be able to be anything, like a blind, whatever. Now I have tick rate on something that doesn't have a tick rate, and that always ticks me off. because it's gonna show up in the inspector and just looks like shit. It's very cluttered. But a status effect might be like burning, or it might be bleeding, and at the same time also be a stat debuff or something, you know? However, if that was the case, I would rather just add 2 debuffs, right? I'll be right back again. Ooh. Hello. Okay. I don't know how I want to do this. And this is too much. It's too much! Oh. Working is too hard. Hello, Nebula. I need to create some kind of status effect system. I'm not sure how to design it. Yeah, I'm sleeping. Because I would like to be able to keep any and all status effects in one and the same array, right? Or list, rather. So, that would mean that well, I could just cast it, like, because we have status effect types here, right? So in that case, I could just make I could just have one list of status effect, and then what we'll do is we go through it using a for loop, and then we check if status effect type equals stat modifier. Then we can simply cast it to a stat modifier that inherits the status effect type, right? And then we can store... We can just make a stat modifier. Just have, like, modifiers to all stats, basically. And then if we need to check, like, damage or mitigation bonuses, we just loop through all of the current stat effects, and then we check if stat modifier, and then we just grab, like, the armor, for example. That could work. Hmm. Oh, I don't want to do this. I should make more coffee. I really shouldn't drink more coffee, but no, I don't have any milk. Oh no, I can't make more coffee. Oh no. Something Tyler wrote already. You know, that's what it should be. Like that. And then we need another stat modifier. It shouldn't need any power. Maybe a duration. Like that. Now let's do damage flat. Damage mult. Damage reduction flat. Damage reduction mult. Nah, let's just call it. Let's call it armor. No, let's not call it that either. Damage reduction mult. Public int. Action point. What else? Now the thing here is I need a way to be able to check if a certain status effect is applied to the character. But I guess I'll have to do a name string comparison. Like, that's just what we'll have to do. It's either that, or we make these status effects be serialized or scriptable objects. I guess we could do that too. Oh, Jose. I'm working on a turn-based tactics RPG. But right now I'm trying to figure out how to make a status effect system in a way that makes sense for what I want to do. Hmm. Oh, stop motion. So what I'm unsure about is, because I could turn them into scriptable objects. That way, I could just like pop the object in. Hmm. I could make a stat modifier, and I could name it Empower Blade, for example. And then I could just pop Empower Blade into Empower Blade, the ability. And then when I apply that status effect, I just need to create a reference to that scriptable object. That way I can just check again, and then I can also add the Empower Blade status effect to overhead slash as a combo modifier, and then it can check like if target dot status effects dot contains, and then I just need to check that, like, does the target contain this status effect? Yes, then we do bonus damage, right? Like, it's that simple. I think we'll do that. I don't want to, it's too much work. Welcome back, Nebula. Scriptable object, right? Now the tricky part with this is that if I do that, then I'll have to make a separate bleed for like every thing that can apply a bleed. I don't know if I want to do that, but I could also clone bleeds. And then change them. Well, there's a lot of ways to do it. I just don't know what's the smartest way right now. Can you teach me coding? No. Is this a bad idea? So it needs to be something like this then. That modifier. This is going to be in scriptable objects, status effects. Stat modifier. Well, they don't all need to be scriptable objects. Like, a base status effect doesn't actually need to be a scriptable object. And even if it is a scriptable object, I can still use it by doing just new bleeding, I think, right? asking some questions here because I don't know if scriptable objects are in any way special. Like, I don't really know in what they do internally. Nobody's answering right now. Oh. I'm gonna finish eating all the trash I bought. I gotta finish off everything I have in my house so I can go back to eating a proper diet. This is making me feel like shit. Yummy. Nice. Unity, new and rippable object. I don't know, dude. Could be fine though. Okay. Well. So an object. That's special, eh? So. What we're gonna do then is we're gonna go to status effect. I hope this works. The base status effect. Can we do this? And have multiple base classes? Yeah, I guess. Guess it's not fine then. But what you can do is you can create a clone of a bleed, and then you can modify. Hmm. Oh, Chaz. We are about ready to shut down the brain. Not sure how to approach this. What happens if we do this? This is now a scriptable object, right? And then we just try running it. We see what happens. What are you coding? A game? Yep, we're programming a turn-based tactics RPG. So now this is gonna apply a bleed. What happens then? Bleeding must be instantiated using the scriptable object create instance method instead of new bleeding. It says that, but it works. So I don't know if it matters. But we could. We could do this. Resources, scriptable objects. Folders, status effects. Create status effect bleed, right? So now we just have a bleed here. Effect name bleeding. Icon. Alright, just talking to people trying to help me. So. Now the next question is, how big should the icon of a status effect be? Do not use an SO for this. Got you. Used a Poco. Plain old class objects. I'm streaming on Twitch as well, but I'm mainly just someone is helping me on Discord. I'm asking some questions about how to approach this programming issue. How much of the game is finished? Very little. I'm still working, well. Let me show you. Some reason there's like a million people coming in here today, but what I have done is I've programmed rendering and an editor for Aegis. This is just a placeholder level. but you can inside the engine you can edit the levels and stuff real time, and you can place characters. And here I can place a torch. Now what we can do is we can go in here and, well, first of all, we take a unit here. We walk around without having any walking animations. We can walk into buildings like this, and the building will start becoming visible like that. We can walk into a building like this. And place a unit over here. And then we can change the time of day, which changes the position of the shadows. And also changes the color timestamp of that we use to modify the colors of everything. And then we can take this torch. I can move around a little bit. See, the shadows aren't properly instantiated or initialized. We move this character out here then. We take this torch. See, we've got some shadows here falling on the building. This engine is fully ray marched. Everything is using ray marching rendering, and the world is actually voxels, like Minecraft or something. So we have a 3D voxel world. It's just rendered in 2D using tiles. This. But this is about as far as I've come. Right now I'm working on implementing combat mechanics. Just basic stuff like moving, canceling the move, abilities having range and stuff. Like if I'm standing here, I can't triple stab this guy because he's too far away. But I can use this spell on him. The spell is broken, which is this engine. I'm using Unity, but I'm building everything from scratch myself, more or less. Unity is doing like nothing here. It's just helping me use the inspector and stuff. It's just that to do this in Unity, I have written roughly 4,500 lines of shader code. My main script is 3,600 plus 3,900 lines there. It inherits from this, so that's not even everything. Takes a little bit of effort to not use Unity for everything, even though we are using Unity. Godot is fine though. Like, in reality, an engine is mainly for prototyping. Like, if you're making a game and you just load up Unreal and you kind of just implement like models and some movement code, the game is gonna suck ass. More likely than not, to be honest. That's how I view all of Unity's functions. Like it's just all for prototyping, like making game prototypes quickly just to test things out. But like if you want to make an actual game using Unity's buttons and using their terrain system and using their, you know, this and that, it rarely cuts it. Trying to learn coding. The best way to learn coding is just basically just pick an engine that uses a language that might be a good idea. Like C# is what Unity uses, and C# is not a bad language. So you can do that. It's really easy. But what you should do is you should just go to YouTube and search for like Unity platformer code along or something like that. And then just find somebody who makes a platformer step by step, and you can follow every step of the way. Just make sure it's not too long. You don't want to sit there for like 40 videos. Should be like 10 videos max. And then you end up with a platformer, like something really simple. That's how you learn coding. After that, you know how to program. Like you're basically a pro. Because it's not harder than that. It's literally just figuring out where the buttons are, more or less. It's how to do basic stuff. Hmm. The engine isn't that big of a deal, to be honest. But it kind of is. Like, working in Unreal is kind of difficult, because now you have to learn C++. And learning C++ compared to just learning C# is a nightmare. Like, it's really difficult. While C# is super easy. Godot is also fine. It's also easy. But I can't recommend it because I haven't used it that much. So. But yeah, the best way to learn is just to find somebody who will show you how to do something practical, step by step. Just sitting down with a book or learning, like, with somebody like teaching you programming, it's Terrible. You can learn all of that stuff later. You'll understand it better then as well. Because in reality, programming is pretty much just like, to put it extremely simply, it's just a very large series of like int, or let's say bool, walking, or int. Let's do this. Velocity equals 0, right? And then we do if input dot get button down, and then what are we gonna call it? Accelerate. Then we're gonna set velocity to 10. And then down here we just do like transform dot position equals new vector 3 transform dot position dot x plus velocity. Now we've written code that checks if we're holding the acceleration button, and if it does, then we increase velocity to 10, and then we increase the position of the object by 10. Congratulations, you just made a game where if you press a button, the character goes to the right. Like, it's not much harder than that. It's a little bit harder than that for sure, but not much. I'm at about the limit for today. I want to keep working, but I don't think I have it in me. My brain is completely fried. Oh, I think maybe we'll stop. What I need to do next is we're gonna try to implement buffs, basically. I've been streaming for 6 hours actually. But I need to implement buffs, and I need to work on the rendering a little bit more, because here, when I use this spell here, this does not look the way it should. In reality, what it should be doing is it should be a lot brighter. inside here. And that's because it's supposed to kind of... What I'm doing is when I use a skill or do something like that in combat, I increase a value called combat dim. And when combat dim increases, or decreases rather, everything that isn't part of the current like combat engagement, like two characters attacking each other, becomes darkened, so that the two characters that are doing like engaging pops out more. But what happens with the spell is that it blends with the background, and now the background has been dimmed. And because the background becomes dimmed, the spell becomes darker. So that needs to change, and yeah. There's some other stuff too with that. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the store and buy some milk so I can make coffee. And then I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna stream the new Last Epoch patch. The spell's opacity is actually maximum already. It is 100%. It's using another blend mode called Hard Light. If we set it to normal, it looks like this. If we reduce the opacity, it looks like garbage. So I'm using another blend mode called Hard Light, and it looks like this at 100 opacity, or maximum opacity. So it cannot be increased. I'd have to modify the Hard Light formula, and I don't want to do that. What I need to do is just change... I just need to add something that makes it re-render the background, kind of, but without the dim stuff and whatever. It'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's just annoying. Is it possible to change the sprite? Yeah, but we're tugging at the wrong end of the solution. If we start making the sprite brighter and shit, just to account for that. I just need to do some changes in the rendering code. Fine. Just super tedious. This rendering code is special. It looks like this. Or like this. Where's the shadow casting? Holy shit. Here. Here we're ray tracing the light. Here we're ray tracing the shadows. Anyway, that'll be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tonight as well, just not with more programming. Stream programming pretty much every weekday. So, give me a follow if you wanna see more of this, I guess. Anyway, until later, thanks for hanging. Bye bye.